All right, happy Thursday. What's going on? I feel so much better. Oh my god, I had some. It felt like I had like mono yesterday, but how the fuck would I have gotten mono? Like, you know, my kid's just a baby. She's not like in school yet, so I don't know. I feel a lot better today after. I mean, I slept. I took a. Yeah, yesterday was weird. I slept 9 hours and then I took a 2-hour nap and I was still exhausted before I got on here. But now today I just took like an 8-hour sleep and I'm like totally fine. I don't know what the fuck that was. But I feel better today, so that's good. So I'm learning backend development through Boot.Dev for those who don't know. And we are currently on functional programming with Python. Python's not the greatest. They declared at the beginning of the course, but Python is the language that I personally know now through Boot.Dev. So they're like, fuck it, just continue with Python. So that's where we are. And I was on this problem that I might have to reread. I'm going to redo this. Count nested levels.
Count nested levels. In Doc2Doc, we might have documents nested inside other documents, forming a kind of tree. You know how crazy .docx files can get. Anyways, we want to find out how deeply nested a given document is. Assignment. Complete the count nested levels function. Loop over document
ID these in the in the nested documents dictionary. If the current document ID matches the target document ID, return the level of nesting. Okay. And sometimes the tips help. For example, in this dictionary, the document with ID 3 is nested 2 levels deep. Document 2 is nested 1 level deep. Right. So loop over document ID in nested documents dictionary. So for documents in nested documents. If the current document ID matches the target document ID, return its level of nesting. Alright, so if document ID matches target document ID, return level of nesting. So return level. If the target document ID is not found, cursively call. So if not, document ID, cursively call count coconuts. Count listed levels on the current document ID and increment level. current, specifically call kind of on current ID. And increment the level. So incrementing the level is just level +1. This beginning part I think is fucked up. If it found the target document ID's level, return it. The target document ID is not found. Cursively call count nested levels on current document ID. It needs like nested documents, comma, document ID. If the target document IDs, if it found the target document ID's level, return it.
I'm going to throw my shit at you. A huge supply of tish comes from my chocolate starfish.
So
How about some scat, you
it found the target. But we're not calling it target document, I'm calling it document ID.
Survive in here. You don't seem to know it, creak you're in. Sweet corn is the only thing that makes it through my rear. How do you think I keep this lovely grin?
Maybe I should use an instance.
Rather mad, you're like a niggly, tickly, shitty little tag nut. When I've knocked you out with all my bab, I'm going to take your head and ram it up my butt.
Your butt.
My butt.
Your butt.
That's right, my butt.
Ugh.
My butt. My butt.
Object and then type. Last type. tuples, types, and/or classes. Target's document ID is not found. Cursive lookout count nested levels on the current document ID. Increment the level. Target. If it found the target document ID's level, return it. And that's just what this first one is. Count nested levels. You need like the document ID in nested documents. Right? Because that's what we're doing. And then this is target. The target document ID doesn't exist. The function should return a -1. You just return -1, right? Loop over the document ID in the nested documents dictionary. Yeah. For document ID and nested documents. If the current document ID is equal to the target current ID, return its level of nesting. Return level. If not document ID. Not found. I think my if not statement's not right. I think it's supposed to be if not for this, return -1. Target document ID not found. See what Boot has to say. If not, document ID check will never be true because you're iterating over the keys in the dictionary. Right? These keys are document IDs, which would be falsely only if they were 0, etc. You're missing return -1 inside your loop after the first iteration. Which means you'll never check the other documents same level. You need to make a recursive call for every document, not just special cases, and handle what happens if the document is found in the nested level. What do you think you need to do for each document ID to properly search through all nested documents? How should we handle the case when a recursive call finds a target document? It is set x equal to this. So if that does not equal -1, because we're returning -1, so if x does not equal -1, return x. So it goes again. Because then this helps to iterate over it again. If this does not equal -1, return it so it goes back in until it gets to -1. Found level would be clearer. Checks if the current document matches the target. Recursively checks each nested document. Returns the proper nesting level if found. Returns -1 if not found. Can you think of any edge cases that might handle incorrectly? No idea. If it's in like the root direct. What if level is 0? Oh, then it's just gonna spit out. Level initialize the value of 1, which means the top level documents are considered to be level 1. If you change default to 0, then top level documents would be 0 first nested. That's not really what I was after. The implementation by default is 1 is correct for the problem. Is there something specific about level 0 made you curious? No, just like the 1 is given. I just don't know why we're starting at 1. That's fine. Can you think of edge cases that would work incorrectly? Are there edge cases that would not work? I'm kind of curious. If nested documents is empty and we're looking for any document, your function will return -1, which is correct. Non-existent target ID. If the target ID doesn't exist anywhere in the nested structure, your function will explore all branches and eventually return a -1, which is correct. Deeply nested structure. Your recursive approach handles documents at any nesting level correctly, right? Multiple paths to the same ID. If there are somehow to multiply documents with the same ID at different nesting levels, which shouldn't happen in a well-designed system, but worth considering, your function would return the first occurrence it finds. Your solution appears to handle all these correctly. The recursive approach is elegant and robust. Okay, cool. One minor thing. I see you using an extra indentation in the if x -1 block. For Python style consistency, it'd be better to align it with the other code at the same level, but that doesn't affect functionality. Extra indentation in the if x equals this. Really? Yeah, it's the same. Nice.
Recursive string reversal. At Doc2Doc, we need to be able to reverse strings. Our bad word detection algorithms need to work on those crazy teenagers who write unpleasantries backward to try to get around our filters. However, being an ex-Haskell-loving university professor, our team lead has asked us to implement it using recursion instead of a loop. Assignment. Complete the reverse string function. It should take a string as a parameter and return the reversed string by recursively reversing the substrings inside. Your function should recurse once for each character in the string.
Okay, so
for the edge cases.
there's nothing. All right. So if the string is 0, take the string as a parameter. Return the oh, so we're reversing the letters. Ooh, I've done this before with lists, right? Because the length of the list is or not the length of the list, the like start colon end colon step. And I think on the step, you can put -1 for descending order instead of ascending order. So we need if there are no letters, in the string, and then we need the like a string parameter return a reverse string by recursively reversing the substring inside. So recursive reverse substrings. So I think those are the two things we gotta do. Where does the reversing not matter? There's no input. 1 letter. 2 letters. 1 letter, it doesn't matter because it's just the same letter. 2 letters, you gotta reverse the order. So if S is less than or equal to 1, just return it. Return S. But S is a string. We need a integer value for S, so we need the length of the word of S for the input. I've come to the conclusion today, I know listening to this song kind of reminds me a little bit of like Firefly. I've come to the conclusion that the live-action Cowboy Bebop, it wasn't great, obviously, but the live-action Cowboy Bebop is essentially its Firefly. It's the same, but different. I started rewatching some of the Firefly just because to throw it on the TV when I'm hanging out with the kid. It's not like super violent because I think it was originally on cable TV or something like that, so it's not too bad, and it's entertaining as hell. So, okay, so we got if there are no letters in the string, we did that. Then we need to recursively reverse the substrings. So it's gonna be how do I do that thing again? Reverse. List. Take a string as a parameter, return a reverse substring by recursively reversing the substring. J function should recurse once for each character in the string.
Yeah. You wanna be big. You wanna grow big. Revolutions all the time. People changing the world with crime, with violence and anger, hunger, whatever. I find that ridiculous, if not meticulous. I do my best to guard my own premises. What's your name? What's your name, fool?
What's my name? What's my name, fool?
What's that sound? Who that be? Huh?
What's that sound? Who that be? Huh?
Where you come from? Where you come from?
Where I come from? Where I come from?
You think you're big?
Reverse string.
Big kid?
This is what I
I
wanted.
think I'm big. I think I'm big, kid.
So it is reverse string is string
It's my desire to grow back
bracket
again.
::(-1) because the step is -1, right? So our string is S.
The right place. You make me big.
On that. So we need to recursively reverse substring, so that reverses it. We need to do reverse string function right now.
Better make it quick. Hey, hey, look down.
Is that it?
Get you out of this. And now push the button.
Come on, I'm big all of a sudden.
Come on, you're big all of a sudden.
What's going on? What's going on? I'm really scared.
What's going on? What's going on? You're really scared.
SOS, SOS, please handle me with care.
SOS, SOS, please handle you.
Oh, but this says that the first position's inclusive, the second position's exclusive. So do I have to do
I'm straight up legit. Always in control.
0, like, does this have to be -1?
I wasn't
2?
scared. You must have been dreaming.
You weren't scared.
Well, let me see what happens if I just run this like this.
Better believe it. My mind is like a demon.
Better believe it. Your mind is like a demon.
I'm Lord. Everybody knows my name.
You are the Lord. Everybody knows your name.
Mine's 6.
Got it all. Cash, money, and fame.
You got it all. Cash, money, and fame.
Now back to business. You wanna grow big, right?
Now back to business. I want to grow big, right?
Let's not waste no time. Here we go, alright?
Let's not.
Here's line repeated 984 more times.
Now. Yeah, you see, I am the only micromaster that guarantees success. The final block coming, no denying. So beware, but let me tell you, son, I'm really scared. It'll never happen again. I promise, I promise.
It'll never happen again. You promise. You promise.
I'll do anything. A hug, a kiss.
You'll do anything. A hug, a kiss.
I don't know what to do. It's all
length of S is less than or equal to 1, return S.
Hey, you're pretty mature than I thought.
Otherwise,
Thanks, but you're still bigger than your normal size.
recursively reverse
right.
string.
Make me small again.
Should take a string and reverse string by recursively reversing the substring inside. The function should recurse once for each character in the string.
All right, we're here, just sitting in the car. I want you to show me if you can get far. Step on the gas.
Step on the gas.
Step on the brakes.
Step on the brakes.
Now step on the gas.
Step on the gas.
When I say boom, 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 you say bam, bam, bam. No pause in between. Come on, let's jam. Step on the gas.
Step on the gas.
Step on the brakes.
Step on the brakes.
Step on the brakes.
Step on the brakes.
Step on the gas.
Step on the gas.
I'm glad you know which way to go, but it ain't gonna stop me. Here we go. Check and turn the signals to the right.
Check and turn the signals to the right.
Now turn to the right.
Now turn to the right.
Check and turn the signals to the left.
Check and turn the signals to the left.
Now turn to the left.
Now turn to the left.
No output.
Whoa, ho, 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 stop the car. We got an emergency, can't you see? Do you know why we stopped the car?
Do I know why we stopped the car?
Gas.
Gas.
What?
What?
Do you know why we stopped the car?
Do I know why we stopped the car?
Gas.
Take a string permanent and return the reverse string recursive bit. Your function should recur once for each character in the string.
Close the door.
It's gonna recurse
Now just don't
based off the length of the string
Fool, come
until it
on
gets down
again.
to 1.
Check and turn
Then it'll
the
stop
signals to the right.
and return.
And turn the signals to the right.
Step on the gas, now turn to the right.
It'll stop at 1.
Now
That's
turn to the right.
what I'm telling it to do.
And turn the signals to the left.
Check
Maybe it should be
and turn the
0.
signals to the left.
Step on the gas, now turn to the left.
Step on the gas, now turn to the left.
Step on the brakes.
Step on the brakes.
Do you know why
It's
we
like, who gives a
stopped
shit
the
if
car, man?
it reverses the string with one character?
Because you just got your
Like, it
license.
doesn't matter. That's not the problem. You whore, playful. You're cheap. You're cheap whore. Take a parameter and return the reverse string by recursively reversing the substrings inside. So we need to spell the word, take the string of parameter, return it in reverse string. So if you take the first, essentially what the computer is gonna do, not just gonna invert the word, gonna cut the first letter, paste it at the end. So just reverse string function plus the first letter. So we need to cut the first letter. So to cut the first letter in the reverse string function, substring. So So the first letter is minus is 1, 0. I think it's 0. So it has to be all the letters after the first letter plus the first letter, and then it would move the letters in reverse. So all the letters after the first letter is 1. Right? Don't have to reverse it, because if we tack on the first letter, string, you can just add, right? And then that does that into perpetuity until it loops until s equals 0. Equals 0 or 1. Unsupported operand type. So I got non-han, thon, python. It's fucking funny. Oh shit. Less than or equal to 1, I think. I don't think that's 0. Thought I could just put the like list backwards. We don't want to do it all at once. Spelling Python. Functional programming F-U-N. Boots, I need help, brother. Something weird going on here. In the recursive call, verse string S starting in the second position, you're slicing the string correctly to exclude the first character, right? But what does S00 do? Is it necessarily does what you intend? Oh, I'm slicing in the 0. I want, what do I want in here? 0? Just 0? If length of S is less than or equal in handle strings with length equal to 0 and length equals 1 correctly, think about what it should return in these cases. Returns S. Oh, if it's a 0, it should just return itself. It should return nothing. So is this like... return nothing, right? Is there a difference between slicing one and is one clear and simpler to use for this problem? Let's start by addressing the purpose of slicing syntax when you're using. What do you think S1 colon or S1 colon colon is needed for recursion? What's the effect of 0 colon colon? 0 colon colon means give me the S list starting at the 0th position, which is essentially it's nothing. 1 colon colon gives me the list of the string. Gives me the rest of the string starting at the 2nd position. Which is right, but the S0 colon colon is wrong. So... So 0 is first position in the list, and -1 is the last. Oh. How about that? Condition else if length of S is less than or equal to 0 is redundant if length of S equals 1 case exists Y. Because an empty string will be covered by logic without needing to its own explicit condition. Think about this. What should happen naturally if the length of the string is 0? We don't need this. I still think this is less than or equal to. Using this again, while this works, it's simpler to use. 1 colon is cleaner and more commonly used. Can you explain why slicing is still work when S is the only character of the game? You're using S0 and concatenation, which is perfect. However, the same line you use to reverse does behave differently than the same here. Can you simplify it? Is there small details by polishing to make the code clean and idiomatic? Try removing the unnecessary conditions, simplifying slicing. What do you think will happen to a function like that? Question to reflect on. In this function, how does the recursion stop once it equals 1? Why don't we get stuck in an infinite loop? If it's clear to you, then your understanding is solid. It stops when S equals 1. Or length of S, excuse me. How did they write it? Okay, so this is the same. They wrote if it equals 0, I'll return S. I'm just trying to cover my ass if, like, I mean, you can't input negative. Okay, that makes sense.
Longest word. In Doc2Doc, we have a search function to find the longest word in a document. Assignment. Complete the find longest word function without a loop. It accepts string inputs, document, and optional longest word, which is the current longest word and defaults to an empty string. Check if the first word is longer than the current longest word, then recur for the rest of the document. Ensure there are no potential index errors.
Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, run to the bathroom.
graffiti.
Alright. Find the longest word. Without a loop. Accept string inputs. Document an optional longest word, which is current longest word, and defaults to an empty string. Check if the word is longer than the current longest word, then recurve for the rest of the documents. Ensure that no potential index errors. We've done something like this before. It's like get max. We're not looping. Assume that a word means a series of consecutive non-white space characters. For example, longest word, how are you, should return string you. Okay, so start with our like not case. If not, document, then just return longest word. Okay, that's our not case. So how do we want to handle this? It needs to check like each word. So the first word, and then we're not looping though. Without a loop. So to check each word, we have to split the document. And it gives us words. And then the dot split. Look it up in the spell book. Oh. My internet crap out. Still uploading. That was weird. Condition. Like a subgroup, but returns the pair match rest, where match is the subgroup condition. And rest is the remaining non-matching part. For exception groups. There's a list of list. Oh, there's a list of words. Using except as the delimiter string. If max split is given, at most max splits are done. Thus, the list will have at most max split plus 1 elements. If max split is not specified or -1, there's no limit to the number of splits. So I needed to do this. I need to pull out the first word and then keep the rest of it as a list. So max split. And we're gonna split on white space. So just a space. Oops, that's not the right one. So we want to split on space, white space, and max split. Alright, so that'll give us the word and the rest of the list. So then...
Oh, I can see them run about the town. I can hear them all sing. Listen to the music.
We need to get that first split off word, so that would be like split word. It's equal to words list in the first position now. Now we need to compare the split word to the longest word. We're comparing lengths of the word, right? So if length of split word is greater than length of longest word, and longest word is set to split word. So then we need to recur this with each word. So find the longest word. It's gonna be document and longest word. Document isn't document. Document is...
Won't you play the pep song to make me strong? Won't you sing? I will make it if I do. Take me to the power, get out of the corner. Take me to the border. I will make it as they do. I can see them running about the town. I can hear them all say, "Pa-la-pa-pa-la, do-wop, do-wop." Listen to the music, do-wop, do-wop, do. Do-wop, do-wop, listen to the music, do-wop, do-wop, do. Do-wop, do-wop, listen to the music, do-wop, do-wop, do. Do-wop, do-wop, listen to the music, do-wop, do-wop, pa-la-pa-pa-la.
We need to use the remaining words that we didn't split off because of max split equals 1. Because what we did was we have a list of words, or we have the string of words, split the first one, and the rest was still string. And we had a list. The first one, ran it through against the longest word, check to see if it's the longest word. And we have to input the rest of the function, so it's the words in the second position. Document. What am I trying to say? It has to be greater than 0. Right? For it to keep going. Maybe I shouldn't write it in here. So it's like... remaining documents is equal to words in the first position, second position rather. If the length of the words is greater than 0. Otherwise, we want it to do nothing. Else, return nothing. Right? So then this is remaining document. Against the longest word. This index is out of range. So it's not in range of the list. Thanks, man. Whoa. It's like, almost like a poutine that she makes. It's like a French fries base with turkey burger and like salad and faux McDonald's sauce on top. Secret sauce. What's the sauce at McDonald's called? Big Mac sauce. was just doing something real quick. Trying to roll my call, but it won't roll. I just have to sell and buy it.
Move it, boy.
We're gonna do a song that you never heard before. Are you ready? Are you ready?
10% off highs. It bounced 10%. Coming off of this bottom part of the Bollinger Band. That's a 10% correction. That's a 10% correction. Usually it corrects 10%. That was 18% correction. August of 22. What happened in August 22? Something happened there. It went down another like 8%. A typical correction is like 10%. Unless you're in a recession. This is kind of like a recession for like a year. 21 to 22. That was coming off like these are larger corrections for the COVID pump. That wasn't a very high volume all-time high. We're getting a lot. This is a lot of selling volume. Not as much as back here though. I'm just trying to think about like legging in because I have my retirement stuff that I like rolled over, but it's not fully invested, so I'm just thinking about like legging in. Whenever the market's down like 10%, I try to leg into positions. Yeah, I think I'm good for now. I'll hold some cash if it goes down further. If it goes down further, I'll buy more, but probably won't. I think the Fed meeting was pretty good. Or just like stay the course. No good or bad news. Outlook is the same as the previous Outlook too. Almost like they didn't even have to have the meeting. I mean, he kind of did mention something about the tariff money coming in. That might affect the next meeting, but not right now. List index out of range. Okay. Hi, Baba. Hi, Baba. Oh, you want some burger bowl? Is that what you want? What? Yeah, but I can give him little burger pieces. Oh, your breath fucking stinks, dude. Length of words has to be greater than words. What's the index there? It's cheese and burger meat. All your favorite things, Bubs. So stinky. So stinky. I've been brushing your teeth too. Stinky boy. He likes it over here too because the heating dish is over here. The length of the word is greater than one. Right, because a single letter is a single letter can be a word. If I put my hoodie on backwards, Bub, you can sit in my hoodie. Do that. Ugh. Look, I'm cold. I'll sit in your lap, Papa. Here I am. For me. It's for me. You can have lollipops. Trying to check to see if there's another word before making the recursive call. Might have to ask Boot. He's like, peach. Stop squirming, bud. Look at the last line. Find longest word, remaining documents. You think we need to do with the result? Oh my god, I didn't return it. Is this what the issue is? Et tu, Brute? Just because I didn't return it. The like simplest thing. Yeah, let me swap my sweatshirt around so you can sit in it. Just took it off and then put it back on. Oh, it's so frictiony on the inside. Alright. This is what we used to do, Bubs. Remember? You can have your own pouch. And on my hands are That's it? That's it. Good boy. Oh, I didn't have to put in that dot split. I didn't have to put in split on like space. Oh, it splits on white space anyways. Okay, whatever. That's redundant. So there says find longest word in the second position of words cursively. So they have a if length of words is less than 1. I just put my if length of words is less greater than 1. Yeah, it's just so some of the stuff I moved around a little bit. The words is less than 2. So if you have like a single letter.
Function transformations. Function transformation is just a more concise way to describe a specific type of higher order function. It's when a function takes a function, or functions, as input, and returns a new function. Let's look at an example. Def multiply xy, return xy. Def add xy, return x plus y. Self-math is a higher order function. Input, a function that takes 2 arguments and returns a value. Output, a new function that takes 1 argument and returns a value. Def self-math, mathfunc, def innerfunc x, return mathfunc xx. Return innerfunc squarefunc equals self-math multiply. Doublefunc equals self-math add. Print squarefunc 5, prints 25. Print doublefunc 5, prints 10. The self-math function takes a function that operates on 2 different parameters, e.g. multiply or add, and returns a new function that operates on 1 parameter twice, e.g. square or double. Assignment.
E.g. Comfortable? You look uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable. You must be. You wanna sit down? You wanna go lie down? Okay, assignment. Doc2Doc needs a good logging system so that the users and developers alike can see what's going on under the hood. Complete the getLogger function. Takes a formatter function as a parameter and returns a new function. Steps. You wanna get out? You have me turn my sweatshirt around for nothing? Bitch. Shirt was all fucked up. You like the heating dish, Baba? Like, oh, it's warm, Papa. It's warm. Wants his own heating dish. Define a new function, logger. Inside the logger, get logger, see self-math above, for example, accepts 2 strings. You can just name them first and second if you like. New function, define new function logger inside get logger. Takes first, second as inputs. The logger function should not return anything. You should simply print the result of calling given formatter function with the first and second strings as arguments. Formatter? Oh, formatter. Should print the result of calling the given formatter function with the first and second strings as arguments. That. Return the new logger function for the test suite to use. If the colon delimit and dash delimit functions are formatters that will be passed into our getLogger function by the test, you don't need to touch them, but it's important to understand that when you call formatter in the getLogger function, you're calling one of these functions.
Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Our sailing ships for the hard and the quick, we roll our load and go. There's a living to be made, or there's hell to pay when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. There's a man on high with the devil in his eye and a golden hand, I'm told. It can hurt you, it can hold you, he can kick you or console you when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below.
Transformations review. Example of a function transformation. Def multiply x, y.
Yeah.
Return x.
Yeah. This expression self math add return.
Oh, sisters, you so wise and true, when it's my time to go, won't you lay me down under Granum crown?
Two functions, a function, an integer, a function, and an integer.
Sleep in the cold below.
What does the expression self math add return? Single function, which is the double function. Where can inner func be referenced directly? It's not the global scope, it's right here.
Today we sail
In the add function.
on the soul
Only within self math.
for there's much we just don't know. So farewell with a kiss, then it's fast for the mist, till we're all sleeping in the cold below.
More transformations. Here's some example code for you to reference as you work through the assignment. Def multiply x, y, return x, y. Def add x, y, return x plus y. Def self math, math func. Def inner func x, return math func x, x. Return inner func square func equals self math multiply. Double func equals self math add. Print square func 5, prints 25. Print double func 5, prints 10. Assignment. Complete the doc format checker and converter function. It takes a conversion function and a list of valid formats as parameters. It should return a new function that takes two parameters of its own. File name, the name of the file to be converted, content, the content, body text, of the file to be converted. If the file extension of the file name is in the valid formats list, then it should return the result of calling the conversion function on the content. Otherwise, it should raise a value error with the message invalid file format. Tip: I used the .split method on the file name to get the file extension. You can use the in keyword to check if a value is in a list. The capitalized content and reverse content are conversion functions that will be passed into our doc format checker and converter function by the tests.
Yeah, reverse content. This was what I was trying to do before. But, whatever. It didn't end up. It's not what the question exactly wanted, or the assignment. Complete the converter function. It takes conversion function and a list of valid input, list of valid formats as parameters. It should return a new function that takes 2 parameters of its own. File name and content. The name of the file to be converted, the content of the bottom. So just call this convert. Converted. Well, it's a function. Converter. Come take a ride in my converter. Oh my god, is that convertible? Is that what it means? Converts. File name, content. If the file extension of the file name is in the valid formats list, then it should return the resulting conversion function on the content. The file extension of the file name is in valid formats. So we're gonna have to convert this. Convert get file extension the file extension is in the file name, is in the valid formats list. It should return the result of calling the conversion function on the content. Otherwise, it should raise a value error. The message. Invalid file format. I use split method on file name to get the file extension. You can use it in the keyword to check. So file extension. The file name. Dot split. What are the values for split again? Do 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 do. what you want to split on, and max split. I don't need to change the max split. I want to split on period, right? Non-type object is not callable. Turn the converter. Valid file format. With the doc checker the function, it takes a converted version function. It's the valid format. As parameters. It should return a new function that takes two parameters of its own: file name, content. The file extension is in the valid formats list. It should return the result of calling the conversion function on the content. Otherwise, it should raise a value error with the message invalid file format. File name dot split. So file name dot split on the period is taking the document name and the file type and making them values. We need the designate the we need the last value, like the .txt or the .doc. Get last value in list. Wait. When you Google search Alzheimer's and all the links are purple. How do you get the last element in the list? Which way is preferred? Set the last element. Some list -1. Second to last. No, we want the last element. It's -1. Or is it the second element? Like 1. But you could have periods in your... your file name. Oh, it worked that time. Four passed, 2 failed. Alright, so that one passed. Sample.txt, testing.doc will pass. Test.doc x failed. Invalid file format. Valid formats, text MD. If file extension in valid formats, return this, else... Wait, why did my error statement work? So .docx is not... Wait, what? Expecting invalid file format, actual invalid file format. Huh? Expecting invalid file format, actual invalid file. What? The owls are not what they seem. Why am I getting fail on these? What the fuck? I don't know. Small issue in your else block. Only returning a value error object rather than raising it. Oh shit. Raise a value error. That's what it was wrong.
Why transform? You might be wondering, when would I use function transformations in the real world? Isn't it simpler to just define functions at the top level of the code and call them as needed? Good questions. To be clear, we don't just transform functions at runtime for the fun of it. We only use advanced techniques like function transformations when they make our code simpler than it would otherwise be. Code reusability. Creating variations of the same function dynamically can make it a lot easier to share common functionality. Take a look at this formatter function. It accepts a pattern and returns a new function that formats text according to that pattern. Def formatter pattern, def inner func text, result equals I equals 0, while I len pattern. If pattern I plus 2 equals u, result plus equals text I equals 2, else, result plus pattern I plus equals 1, return result, return inner func. Now we can create new formatters easily. Bold formatter equals formatter, italic formatter equals formatter, bullet point formatter equals formatter. And use them like this. Print bold formatter hello. Hello. Print italic formatter hello. Hello. Print bullet point format hello. Closures. 90% of the time when I use function transformations, it's because I want to create a closure. We'll talk about closures in the next chapter.
So it's taking this function and create a new formatter. Create a new function from this base function. You can create new functions. We should use function transformations when it results in more understandable and extendable code. Always. What? We only use advanced techniques like function transformations when they make our code simpler. Oh. Couldn't we just explicitly define bold formatter, italic formatter, and bullet formatter as normal functions? Yes, but it would probably require more code. Because you would have to rewrite some form of this.
Filter command. In Doc2Doc, users are asking for a filtering feature. They want a command that has dynamic options so they can work as quickly as possible. Assignment. Complete the getFilterCmand function. It takes two functions as input, filter1 and filter2, and returns a function, filterCmd. FilterCmd should take as input a string content to be filtered, an option with a default value of -1. The filter command should filter and return the content according to the input option. Do not use the built-in filter function. If NAS1, use filter1. If TAN2, use filter2. If 3, use filter1 first, then use filter2. If another option is passed, raise an exception, invalid option.
Okay, complete the getFilterCmd function. It takes two functions as input, filter1, filter2. Find filter command. And returns a function, filters command. Filter command should take as input a string of content to be filtered, an option with a default value of 1. If the filter command should filter and return content according to the input option, should filter and return content according to the input option. Do not use the built-in filter function. Okay. If 1, use filter 1. According to the input option. So if option equals 1, -1, then we use filter 1. If 2, use filter 2. Then use filter 2. Other options pass, raise exception, invalid option. Raise exception. Takes 2 functions as input, filter 1 and filter 2, and returns a function filter. So these are functions. Missing 1 required positional argument. Option. So, content? This one fucked up. This worked. This worked. Filter 2 is not defined. Function iteratable.
bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
An option with a default value of --1.
I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models.
The most useful form is to specify a default value for one or more arguments. This creates a function that can be called with fewer arguments that is defined to allow, for example, so just equals.
Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
The default value of 1.
I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking
Filter command should filter the return the content according to the input option. Do not use a built-in filter function.
Pop it.
According to the input option. So if option is --1, use filter 1. If it's 2, use filter 2. If it's 3, use filter 1 first, then filter 2. Else raise exception, invalid option. I think I typoed anything. Yes, this one failed. Name filter 2 is not defined. Oh shit, this isn't... I don't think I had the underscore on this. Yeah, I don't think I had an underscore here. Yeah, no underscore. There we go. I did typo.
Upgrade filter command. Users like the filter command, but think it could be better. They want access to more than 2 filter options and to customize the words that get filtered. It's time to upgrade the filter command feature. Assignment. Complete the get filter command function. It should take a dictionary as input, filters, and return a function, filters semmed.
Alright, I'll read the assignment. Users like the filter command, but think it could be better. They want to access more than 2 filter options and to customize the words that get filtered. It's time to upgrade the filter command feature. Complete the get filter command function. It should take a dictionary input filters, return a function filter command. So we're going to define filter command. Filters contains option string and filter function key value pairs. Okay. Filter command should take as an input string content a list of strings, options, a list of tuples, word pairs. The filter command should filter and return content filter according to input options. There are no options in option list. Raise exception missing options. Okay, so if not options, raise exception. Missing options. For each option, if its option string is in the filters dictionary, then filter content by passing the content word pairs and to the options filter. Raise an exception invalid option for any option passed not found in the filters dictionary. For each option, if its option string is in the filters dictionary, or option in options, or option in filters, then each option, if its option string is in the filters dictionary, then filter the content by passing the content and word pairs to the options filter. Filters contains option string and a filter function key value input. So string, option string, and key value pairs. This isn't, I think options right, but key value is content and Word pairs. So apply the filter. For each option in the string, if its option string is in the filters dictionary, so for option and options, option and filters dictionary, then filter the content by passing the content and word pairs to the options filter. So we're passing content and word pairs to the options filter. Filter the content by passing the content. So it's content. Filter the content by passing the content and word pairs to the options filter. We're doing an option and options and option and filters. I think that works. Else, raise, exception, valid option. Any option that is passed but not found in the filters dictionary. And we want to return the content. Take a dictionary input filters. Return a function filter CMD. So define filter CMD. Filters contains option string, a filter function key value pair. Filter command should take as an input string content, check, to be filtered, a list of string options, check, and a list of tuples, word pairs, correct. Filter command should be filtered and returned the content. Yeah, so we return the content at the bottom. Filtered according to the input options. So if not options, and then for options. If there are no options in options list, raise the exception missing option. Yeah. For each option, if its option string is in the filters dictionary, so for option and options and options and filters, and filter the content by passing the content. So content is equal to content and word pairs passed to the options filter. Raise the exception, invalid output for any option does not pass filters dictionary. And then we gotta return content. Non-type option is callable. We have to return the function. Alright, 1 pass, 2 failed. Invalid option. Invalid option. So it's going through this, getting to invalid option. This should be triggered through this, though. Something's wrong in here. Because if it was not in options, it was sped out missing options like the last one. So that one's working. But these ones are spitting out invalid options. So it's skipping this and going into this when it shouldn't be. Filter the content, passing the content. Options filter. Got the right idea, but defining an inner function filter CMD that will be returned, but it seems an issue with your filter and logic. Let's examine your loop structure. There are a couple of problems here. You're using option as the loop variable in both loops, which will cause confusion. Second loop is iterating through all options in filters. Dictionary. Not checking if the current option from options is valid. The else clause after the for loop when the Python runs. After the loop completes normally when the condition is false. What you want to do is check if each option from the user's options list exists. The filter's dictionary. If it does, apply the filter. If it doesn't, raise the exception. You might rewrite this too. Check if each option from options so in options and filters. Can I do it like that? Options and check for each option from options is in the filters there. For option and options in filters. Or is that too much? apply the filter for valid option. There's an exception when an invalid option is encountered. Oh, you can't do this? More direct approach. For each option in the option list, you want to check the filters dictionary. If it doesn't apply, filter dictionary. For option and option, if option in filter. That's what it was. That's close. Try something like this. This way, for each option in the option list, you first check if it's a valid option before applying it and raise an exception. If it's not valid, doesn't make sense, give it a try. Oh, I meant to get rid of that. I just fucked up an if. I just wrote like for option in filters. It should have been if. If length of options is 0, or if not options. I like not because I'm like, oh, I need a not statement first.
Closures. A closure is a function that references variables from outside its own function body. The function definition and its environment are bundled together into a single entity. Put simply, a closure is just a function that keeps track of some values from the place where it was defined, no matter where it is executed later on. Example: the concata function returns a function called doc_builder, yay higher order functions, that has a reference to an enclosed doc value. Def concata doc equals. Def doc builder word non-local tells Python to use the doc variable from the enclosing scope. Non-local doc plus word return doc builder. Save the returned doc builder function to the new function Harry Potter aggregator. Harry Potter aggregator equals concata Harry Potter aggregator Mr. Harry Potter aggregator and Harry Potter aggregator Mrs. Harry Potter aggregator Dursley. Harry Potter aggregator of. Harry Potter aggregator number, Harry Potter aggregator for, Harry Potter aggregator privet, print Harry Potter aggregator drive. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4, privet drive. When concata is called, it creates a new stateful function that remembers the value of its internal doc variable. Each successive call to Harry Potter aggregator appends to that same doc. Non-local. Python has a keyword called non-local that's required to modify a variable from an enclosing scope. Most programming languages don't require this keyword, but Python does. Assignment.
The non-local statement. When the definition of a function or class is nested and enclosed within the definition of other functions, non-local scopes are are the local scopes of the enclosing functions. Non-local statement causes the listed identifiers to refer to the names previously bound in non-local scopes. Hey, you can't use the word to define itself. It allows encapsulated code to rebind such non-local identifiers. If a name is bound in more than one non-local scope, the nearest binding is used. Whew. If the name is not bound in any non-local scope, or if there is no non-local scope, a syntax error is raised. The definition of a function or class is nested and closed within the definitions of other functions. Okay. Doc2Doc. Keep track of how many words are in a collection of documents. Complete the word count aggregator function. It should return a function that calculates the number of words in its input doc, a string. It should then add that number to an enclosed count value and return a new count. In the other words, it keeps a running total of count variable within a closure. I use split to count the number of words in the doc string. Okay, so aggregator function takes doc. Should then add a number enclosed count value, return a new count. In other words, keeps a running total of count. So we need like a count to start at 0 outside of the aggregator function. It's a keyword called non-local. Specification for non-local statement. Non-local statement non-local identifier. I need like example. The non-local tells Python to use doc variable from the enclosing scope. So we got to use count. And then we need to do a count. We're adding to the count. should add the complete the word again. It should return a function that calculates the number of words as its input. Number of words in its input. Doc is a string. So we would need to split the string. And then number of words is length. So let's split the doc string. And then how do we count it? Then we have all the words. Oh, length. And return count. It looks almost identical to this. Yeah, same thing. A closure, blank the value of a variable outside its body. Can. Because we were changing the count. This is, in here, it's changing the doc, non-local. A function that changes non-local variables is not a pure function. It's not that pure. It's not that good.
Closure practice. Remember, a closure is a function that retains the state of its environment. That makes it useful for tracking data as it changes over time, but it can come at the cost of understandability. When not to use the non-local keyword. When the variable is mutable, such as a list, dictionary, or set, and you are modifying its contents rather than reassigning the variable. You only need the non-local keyword if you are reassigning a variable instead of modifying its contents, which you must do to change immutable values such as strings and integers. Let's try a closure without the non-local keyword. Assignment. Complete the new collection function. It accepts a list of strings, initial docs. It should return a function that closes over a copy of initial docs. This function should accept a string, append that string to the closed over list, and return the new list. Do not modify the original initial docs list. Example usage. New collection equals new collection doc1, doc3. Print new collection doc4. Doc1, doc2, doc3 to 4. print new collection doc5, doc1, doc2, doc3, doc4, doc5.
Complete the new collection function. Accepts a list of strings, initial docs. It should return a function that closes over a copy of initial docs. Okay, so copy. Closes over a copy of initial docs. It's a list of strings. It's not a dictionary. How do you copy a list of strings? It's a shallow copy of the list. Just so dot copy. Oh, you can splice too with no start or end. Initial docs copy is equal to initial docs dot copy. Then accepts such list of strings. Should return a function that closes over a copy of initial docs. The function should accept a string, append that string to the closed over list, and return the new list. Do not modify the original initial docs list. That's what the copy's for. So, need a new function. add doc. Holy fuck. It did not. Okay, that's why. I know why that happened. You should accept a string. End the string to a closed overlist and return it. So like a new document, I guess, is a string. So we're gonna append to initial docs copy. New doc. And the new document to the copy list. Turn the copy. Turn the function. Function should return. It should return a function that closes. Okay, so our add doc closes over a copy of initial docs. This function should accept a string to doc, append that string to the closed over list. So append a copy of the initial docs. Turn the new list. Turn initial docs copy. Return a doc function. Okay. Nice. Copy pasta.
Copy-paste. Doc2Doc has a simple clipboard for copying to and pasting from a cache. Initialize the clipboard to set and get strings. Assignment. Complete the new clipboard function. It accepts a dictionary as input and returns two functions: copy to clipboard and paste from clipboard. It should not modify the original input dictionary. Copy to clipboard. It takes a key and value string pair and adds them to the clipboard dictionary. Paste from clipboard. It takes a key string and returns its value from the clipboard dictionary. If the key is missing from the clipboard, return an empty string.
So those are our two functions. Complete the new clipboard function. Accepts the dictionary as input as two function. Copy to clipboard. Paste from clipboard. Should not modify the original input dictionary. Copy to clipboard takes a key and a value string pair and adds them to the clipboard dictionary. So key value. Add value error. No. Also, why am I returning? Paste from clipboard takes key string and returns its value from the clipboard dictionary. Just a key. Okay, so we need to get and adds them to the takes a key value string pair and adds them to the clipboard dictionary. We should not be modifying the initial clipboard, so we need to make a copy. So it's gonna take a copy, key, should not modify the original input dictionary, so we want the key in the dictionary. Give the value. Then takes the key string and returns its value from the clipboard dictionary. If the key is missing from the clipboard, return an empty string. Takes the key string and returns its value. Oh, what was that function? Is there another function? The key string and returns its value from the clipboard. What is that called though? Like, take key, return value. Function? Oh my god, why is it in not dark mode? Dark theme is on? The fuck? There we go. Is that items? No. Oh my god, I can't think of it. Because I wanted to, like... I heard the value. Return the key. Returns its value from the clipboard dictionary. The key is missing from the clipboard. Return empty string. I guess they're just like... If not, key, return, empty string, else. Initial clipboard copy. Turns its value. Value. Dictionary. It's not dot keys. Dot value, dot items returns both keys and values. I don't want that. Dot values? Dot values? Line 10. Initial copy dot values key. Takes no arguments when given. This is wrong. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Get method for dictionary. Get method to access the dictionary value if it exists. This method takes a key as the first argument and optional default value as the second argument, returns the value for the specified key. Oh, this is what I want. Not values. Dot get. That. What's going on, Inferno? How are you? I'm just chilling, killing. Oh, I have to return this. Or pass, one failed. Expected nothing. Actual, I have a none value. Missing key should return an empty string. Does it? If it's not, if not key. The key is missing from the clipboard. Return an empty string. The key is missing from the clipboard. Return an empty string. So, if initial clipboard copy dot get having trouble with this. If initial clipboard get equals none. Now this passed, but then it fucks up everything else. The key is missing from the clipboard. Return an empty string. Dictionary.get key name value. Key name is required. The key name of the item that you want to return the value from. So in our case, it's key. Value optional. A value to return if the specified key does not exist. Default value is none. So the default value is none, so I don't even need this. Oh, default value is none. We want an empty string. So then I put in comma. Like that. Probably no spaces. No white space. Oh, there's a white space. Okay. So the .get handles the case when there isn't a key. I couldn't think of the .get for a while there. .get for dictionary. Okay. If key in clipboard, return clip the value for key. Else return this. It's the same thing. I use the get function, that's all. Same shit, different day.
User words. Doc2Doc has a spell checker, but users often use slang words that aren't recognized. Create a feature to allow users to add their own words to the spell checker. Assignment. Complete the user words function. It accepts a tuple of initial words as input and returns a function,
Tuple.
add word.
Tuple.
Since tuples are immutable, you don't need to worry about modifying the initial words. Add word should add a new word string to the words and return all words as a tuple.
Alright, so initial words is a tuple. Returns a function. Add word. Alright, so define add word. Since tuples are immutable, you don't need to modify. Immutable, you don't need to worry about modifying the initial words. Add word should have a new word string to the words. And return all words as a tuple, so new words. We have to change the tuple to a list. Since tuples are immutable, you don't need to worry about modifying initial words. We don't need to make a copy, but we do need to convert the tuple into a string. So words are equal to the list of initial words. This will convert the tuple to a list. And we take our list of words. Add word should add a new word string to the words and return all words as a tuple. So we're gonna append the list with our new word. And then return words as a tuple. I just write tuple. Turn add word. Tuple to a list. Append the new word. List back to a tuple. Alright. Oh, they did with non-local. Interesting. Words equals initial words, non-local words. Words is equal to words plus the first word in a tuple, return words. Oh, I kind of circumnavigated it by turning it into a list. And then back to a tuple, and I don't think I should have done that because it's supposed to be... The tuple is, what do you call it? Immutable? Or mutable? Let me ask the bear here. I think I fucked it up. I think the way that I did it, it works, but it's not proper. Paste the code to the bear. So you're using user words function. Let me analyze your code. You're on the right track by creating a closure function, but there are a couple issues to consider. You're converting initial words to a list. Is this necessary? The assignment mentions that tuples are immutable. Yeah, I fucked up. So you don't need to worry about modifying the original. Inside your add word function, you're appending to the list and then converting it back to a tuple. Oops. However, there's a subtle issue with that case. Let's look at how to test it using your functions. So add word equals user word, initial words. Result equals initial words. This doesn't get updated by your function. For word in words to add, result equals add word. Each call should return an updated tuple. When you call add word, the function should add just that one word and return a tuple with all the words so far, but your code is updating the internal words list without returning a fresh tuple that includes previous add-ons. What would happen if you run add word first, result equals add word second? Would result contain both first and second? Can you think of how to make the closure maintain state between calls? Would result contain both first and second? No. Can you think of how to make your closure maintain state between calls? I mean, I guess I could just do it like the non-local way. I should probably kept it as a tuple and used non-local in my add word function. Working directly with tuples, consistent with the immutable matrix problem. Using non-local logic to modify the word variable exists in outer function scope. This way, your closure maintains state between calls. Why don't you try refactoring your solution with these ideas? Remember that the tuple... I'm not going to redo it. I have this solution already, but I understand it. I understand the way that I did it. It's not right, but it gives you the right answer. Because I'm going from immutable to mutable back to immutable, whereas this should just stay immutable. Like this one. Let me make a note of that in my notes. It's mutable, mutable, immutable. Not correct necessarily. This one is stays mutable. Stays as a tuple.
CSS styles. Doc2Doc should be able to add CSS styling to an HTML file. CSS uses selectors to identify the HTML element to add the style property. Essentially, styles are a chain of keys and values. Assignment. Complete the CSS styles function. It accepts a nested dictionary as input, initial styles, and returns a function, addStyle. Copies initial styles to avoid modifying the original dictionary. Returns an addStyle function that takes 3 string arguments, selector, property, and value. Selector is a key in the initial styles dictionary, and its value should be a dictionary. Checks if the selector exists in the dictionary. If not, creates a new dictionary for the selector value. Then adds or updates the property with the given value for the selector. Returns the updated dictionary. For example, initial styles equal body, background color.
Okay. Complete the CSS styles function. Accepts nested dictionary as input. Initial styles and returns a function addStyles. Okay, so we have another function that's getting returned addStyles. Can you imagine if Ninja had a low cut fade? What is it taken? Takes 3 arguments: selector, property, value. Nope. So we have to copy the initial styles too, so initial styles copy is equal to initial styles dot copy. So we don't want to change that. Selector is a key in the initial styles dictionary, and its value should be a dictionary. It's a key in the initial styles dictionary, and its value should be a dictionary. Okay. Checks if the selector exists in the dictionary. If not, creates a new dictionary for the selector value. Checks if the selector exists in the dictionary. If not, okay, so if selector not in the copy, then creates a new dictionary for the selector. I always get confused with the brackets. That's why I have notes. Dictionary is wiggly lines. Creates a new dictionary for the selector value. So selector value of the initial styles copy. Initial styles copy. This one's square brackets. Selector key. Then adds or updates the property with given value for the selector, returns the updated dictionary. Then adds or updates the property with the given value for the selector. Then adds or updates the property. I might need a minute to think about this. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Be right back. Adds or updates the property with given value for the selector. And adds or updates the property. The given value in the selector.
Attention, attention! Come on, everybody, let's go! Hop to it! 1, 2, let's go! Come on! Fans and cars, gold chains don't mean a thing. Word to your brain, fame is my game. Ride the terrain, smooth with no frame. I come from the streets, no such thing as pain. Do the jump! Do the jump! Do the flip! Do the flip! Double dutch. Double dutch. Don't lose the grip. Don't lose the grip. To the right. To the right. To the left. To the left. Side to side. Side to side. I'm the rep. I'm the rep. Jump the ropes now. Jump the ropes now. Get up high now. Get up high now. To the limit now. To the limit now. Right now. Right now. Like my sister said, it's not as easy as you say. Remember that phrase again? When I say boom, 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 you say bam, bam, bam. No words in between. Come on, let's jam. Kick, 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 kick. Slide, 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 slide. Do it slick, do it slick.
What it is, I probably just need to wear like sweatpants or something. Pants are like thin, and then I cover myself with a blanket. Lean it to the right. Alright, so adds or updates the property with the given value for the selector.
Remember, never go down without a fight. Remember, never go down without a fight. 1, 2, 1, 2, it's just me and you. We're gonna give it the best, and the rest is on you. Enjoy the music and keep up the flow. The end is near. Come on, let's put up a show. Climb the rock step by step. Climb the rock step by step. Right, left, right, left. Right, left, right, right, left.
Give me.
Side, let's take a break. You're tired, please take a
It's
break.
the
Come on.
property, the given value for the selector.
I gotta do this every single day. You gotta do this every single day. Tell you the truth, my hair's turning gray. Tell you the truth, your hair's turning gray. You may be old, bold, and with
So the
it really don't matter to me if you come to
selector above, right? So it's this 6. So initial. I think I'm understanding it. Selector. Then we need also property. Adds or updates the property with the given value for the selector.
That was good. Can you please take a picture? Sure.
dot update, isn't it? Search the specified items to the dictionary. Specified items can be dictionary iterable object with key value pairs. Dictionary dot update iterable. So it needs to be initial styles copy selector dictionary. Dot update, and then our iterable dictionary, or an iterable object with key value pairs to be inserted into the dictionary. So either dictionary or a key value. So color colon white. So this is going to be, it's a property, updates the property with a given value. So Wiggly's property, a given value. I think that's how I want it to say. Updates. Dictionary. Updates the property, the given value for the selector. That's updated dictionary. Right. Can't do it this way. Okay.
Line breaking. Users should be able to break lengthy text into manageable lines. Lineation is simply dividing text into lines. This concept can also be applied to other data structures, such as code blocks or formatted paragraphs. Assignment. Complete the inner add word to lines function. It takes a list of strings, lines, and a string word as inputs and returns lines with the word added. If lines is empty, return just word in a list. Assign the last line in line.
Users should be able to break lengthy text into manageable lines. Lineation is simply dividing text into lines. This concept can be applied to other data structures such as code blocks or formatted paragraphs. Okay. Complete the inner add word lines function. It takes a list of strings, lines, and a string word as inputs, and returns lines with a word added. Lines is empty, return just word in a list. If not lines, return word in a list. Okay. Assign the last line in lines to current line. So current line the list of strings lines, so get the last item in a list. -1. The length of the current line and word +1 per space is more than line length. Greater than line length. Start a new line by appending word to lines. Append word dot append word to lines. Else add word to current line with a space. And Assign a new string for the last index. Alright, so word plus current line plus the space.
Lives, oh mortal lives, expire. Souls go to their dooms in flame forevermore.
There's an order to this though. I think it's current line plus space plus word. That or it's word plus space plus current line. And assign the new string.
Hell has its laws. Hell.
So
Effect and the cause.
something is equal to this new string to the last index in lines.
Down here come the claws.
So lines minus 1. Remember to return lines.
Mortal lives expire. Souls go to their dooms in flame forevermore.
Fools, fools, how hard you have fought. Brave, brave, but it's all been for naught. True souls that couldn't be bought. Doomed, detected, and caught. No more deals, it's over. The final act, you're doomed. No more grace, it's over.
It was current line space word. I said if not lines instead of if length of lines equals 0. This might be better because we are using the length. More so, but we still got a little bit more to go. We have to do currying, decorators, and some types. So I think that's gonna be it for me today. This is a much better day. Oh my god, I felt so terrible yesterday. But I'll be on tomorrow for another 4 hours. We'll do currying, decorators, and some types. I have to go do some work now to make some monies. So have a good night. I might be on later. Playing some Kingdom Come Deliverance too. But have a good night if I don't catch you. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe out there. Don't do too much dumb shit. If you do dumb shit, do one dumb shit thing at a time so you don't get caught. And see you later. Bye.
Mortal lives expire. Souls go to their dooms in the lake forevermore.
Doomed, detected, and paused.